Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Thank you all for joining me today as we are deep into holiday season. Deep into holiday season. We are deep into that most wonderful time of the year where we are constantly stressed out all the time about what we are supposed to be doing. About buying gifts, about seeing family members we may not have seen for a while, or which can be stressful in its own way for a variety of reasons. It's not always straightforward why that's going to be stressful. Yeah, sometimes it could be somebody we really like, and sometimes it could be somebody that we don't like at all. You know, sometimes seeing people we like can be stressful. Let me say thank you very much to Director Nemo for the follow. It was lovely to meet you, Director Nemo, at the Johnkin collab. And also, I should thank Arosa Fallen for the follow. You followed while I was in the warm-ups. And Small and Strong, thank you for the follow. Oh, I like your content, Small and Strong. I don't know if you knew this. I'm not very active in your chat, but I do like what you do, Small and Strong. So it's that's your little call out for the day right there. Small and Strong is very creative and very clever. Yeah, you're very creative and very clever. Mix, thank you. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for the 6 months, Mix. Wow, very active. Small, you're very creative and clever. What more could we ask from a VTuber? What more could we ask? It's wonderful. I feel like I need to get the hellos in quickly here because of things. Because I'm restreaming today, for unusually enough for me. I don't tend to do restream very often. I find the split chat headache-inducing, but I figure it's a good habit, and that's just something I need to get over. So from the Twitch side, hello Seribot, hello Sir Alm, hello Beautiful Angel, hello Vexing Cats, hello Kurohazaki. I get your name wrong so often. Kurohazuki. Hello Gringotts, always good to see you. Joy Kuchi Kudlo, welcome in, welcome in. Darian Hart, it is a pleasure to meet you. Welcome in. Director Nemo, yes, I have, yes, I met Director Nemo as part of the John Ken collab, the big John Ken collab. He defeated Melkor, who defeated me. I was out in the first round. I was terrible. Also, welcome into Small and Strong, and hello, Mix. I did say hello to Beautiful Angel, and I'm going to... My keyboard is nowhere near me because it's a handcam day. So let me give the let me give a quick little shout out to Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat is wonderful. Vexing Cat is a very, very lovely lady, with a very soothing voice who is very, very literate. That is her gimmick. The Tiger Librarian. She has lots of reading streams. They're very soothing. They're very, very soothing. And I think most of the people who watch me regularly already know her, but if you don't already know her, she's worth knowing. She's worth knowing. But yes. Visiting my dad until next year, 400 miles. Imagine being professional looking. Joe Kuchi, it's always good to have you here. Also, I forgot to say hello on the YouTube side to Zirzon. Hello. Yeah, I mean, that's always one of those fun parts about saying until next year at this time of year. That's a cute part about these last couple weeks of December. People say like, oh yeah, you'll have to wait till next year for part 2, and you know, our next meeting will be next. We're not meeting again until next year, as if it's like a really big deal. I've always had fun with that kind of thing. I used to work in a prison. And one of those things that I kind of had fun with, it was a part-time thing while I was in school, and it was kind of fun to say to the other students, yeah, I just got out of prison. You know, to be going to your chemistry lecture and people would be like, oh, so what did you do? And I was like, oh, I just got out of prison. And people are like, what? Very fun way to toy with people. Very fair one way to... Yeah, it's definitely not something you hear normally. No. It's a pretty uncommon thing to say, which is why it's fun. Which is why it's fun, right? Like I think what are we here for, right? What are we here for if we're not going to have fun with language, right? What are we doing? What are we doing here if we don't want to have a little bit of fun with folks? That just seems crazy to me. That just seems crazy to me to not at least like be interested in having a more fun time. It's good. It's good. I recommend pranking people with grammar whenever you get the chance. It's a good habit to be into because it's pretty harmless. You know, as these things go, it's pretty harmless. And the only people who get really mad about it are like philosophers of etiquette, who are not people we should respect very much. I think that their anger should be taken with amusement, rather than fear. If they had real problems, they wouldn't be philosophers of politeness. I don't even want to call them philosophers of language, right? Because that's the field that they're in, is linguistic philosophy, but they're not really doing linguistic philosophy. This is, I mean, sometimes they are. They might be doing that on other days of the week, but it's, you know, I should probably clarify. Like a book I read last Christmas, literally last Christmas. So it's been a minute, but still on my mind. Was a book called On Bullshit, which is the title is a bit of a reference. There's a bunch of other philosophy books that are on whatever. Probably the most famous one, at least in my mind, is On Denoting by Bertrand Russell, which is this incredibly complicated paper. Hideously complicated. The most difficult 12 pages of text I've ever read in my life. Hideously complicated article on what is a name. Incredible pain in the ass. Really interesting, really painful. But On Bullshit was this pretty interesting article about different ways of dishonesty. What is the distinction between something being bullshit and something being a lie? Which is an interesting series of distinctions, but it ends with this really kind of not compelling moral castigation. This sort of like, it's so much more evil to be a bullshitter than to be a liar. Because the bullshitter just has no regard for truth at all. They're just doing whatever, and the liar has like at least a goal in mind. The liar at least has some sort of goal, and that's kind of an interesting distinction, and I understand where they're coming from, but also like, most of the things that are bullshit and most of the ways that people bullshit in life they're just trying to navigate a social situation, and they are saying what is necessary to navigate the social situation. And that's just life. That's something that humans are extremely adapted to. Why am I see the sub while you still talk? I mean, you should see. Is the image still playing? It doesn't appear that way on OBS. Try refreshing your browser, Joykuchi. Try giving yourself a quick refresh, because it's on the OBS side. It looks fine. But yes. I am interested in. Okay. Okay. On that note, let's stretch. So some shoulder rolls, and let's go over to the live. Let's go over to the live. So I would appreciate today any feedback that people have about the camera, because I am playing around with a couple of camera settings, and I am not sure which one's best. So, in particular, if if the lighting is good today, that saves me like $15. Like, there was there's a lighting problem, and if this is good lighting, then I am pretty happy. Uh, then I am pretty happy. So first things first, because I often forget to do this, but I think it's worth doing, is to check the amount of ink left in the pen. And as you can, I don't know how obvious this is, but this is very little. This is pretty dry. It's not completely dry, but it's pretty dry. Is pretty dry. So I'm gonna take it down, and so we're going to be continuing to use the Sailor ink. Yeah, there's a lot of shadows. So no, Blue, what has happened is that the light that I've historically used was a 10-inch diameter ring light, which does a pretty good job of obviating shadows, and it broke. It broke. The light itself physically broke. Uh, and so I am now using a 3-inch diameter ring light. A 3-inch diameter ring light. I've already ordered a replacement for the 10-inch, but if this is good, if this lighting's fine, I will cancel the order and save myself like $15. Um, so I think the lighting looks very natural and warm, but yeah, I think it'll do. It'll do for now. The other one will get here on the 28th if it's that much of a decline in quality, which these shadows are really dark. Uh, Hello, thank you, Darian Hart, for the follow, and hello, Saf. Hello, Saf. Um, hello, Saf. Uh, yes, the person I have the automatic shout out still set up for. Um, Absolutely. So, we've been using Sailor Black, for the last little bit. It's a very, very wet black. It flows really aggressively, um, compared to the previous blacks. Oh, you were teaching for 3 years. Okay, okay. Yeah, I taught for longer. Uh, but oh yes, yes, this is very funny. This is very funny. Me and Saf are having a little bit of a crisis. And actually, since you're here, Saf, I can show you. I can show you. I can show you. Saf wants to know the diameter of my wrist, and I suspect I know why. She didn't say it explicitly, but I suspect I know why. So here's my wrists. This is my wrists. And here I got some tape. So wrap the tape. All right, wrap the tape like that. 6.5 inches. If anything, a little bit thinner. If anything, like 6 and like what 3/8 or something like that. But that's really annoying. Uh, that's really annoying, and I figured that a little bit of addition, um, being a little bit on the bigger side rather than being a little bit on the looser side than the tighter side is probably the wise thing to do. But yeah, 6.5 circumference. So if somebody for some reason wanted to buy me a necklace, I mean, let's. I never thought I had particularly small hands. Uh, Nobody's ever said I had particularly small hands. I've got from my memories of high school when people would kind of like put their hands against each other like this. My palms were considered somewhat bigger than average. I remember that, like even among the guys, my palms are bigger than most guys, but my fingers are stubby. I got short little fingers. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, well, what I'm getting out of this, Saf, is that uh, when you are at some point in life, you will be in a position to be an extremely powerful Dami mommy to some ladies. That's what I'm getting out of all of this. uh, so, and then just refill this. I think it's really fun that this says for single use, and I've used this like dozens of times. Uh, but yes, inked up, and it always takes a second to get flowing. It always takes a second to get flowing. Yeah, piano was never on my objective list. I'm not gonna lie. That one, piano never crossed my mind as a thing I would like to do. Okay, Wande, it was a pleasure having you here. Have a good day. Uh, yeah, of course they want you to buy more. Well, if I was doing them for if I was using them for medical purposes, I might be more bothered. Okay, that flowed really smoothly right off the right off the jump. Uh, but yeah, for blood, if I was using them medically, uh, couldn't play clarinet because of small hands. Uh, I would be lying if I tried to sell you that there was any particular uh reason why I couldn't, if there's any like physical limitation to me playing an instrument. The truth of the matter is I just kind of didn't want to. Uh I was definitely not limited by my hands or my breath control or anything like that. I was limited by lack of interest and lack of money and lack of ability to tell the difference between different notes. All right, prepare for flashbang. And hello, Teresa. Hello, King Hunter Teresa. Bam. So, I am going to be, as I have been for a while, today is going to be a gothic day. Today is going to be a gothic day. Uh, already off to a shaky start. Already off to a shaky, shaky start. Wow, Camo's light correction is not as good. Um, let's. Wow, okay. That is. Hmm. Let's see. There's something wrong with here. There we go. Auto brightness. That seems to have helped a little bit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if I pull this off of if I pull things off of Lightbox Coon, it goes Lightbox Coon going crazy today. Lightbox Coon is going crazy today. Hmm. Something seems off. Something seems off. Something seems off. I need to think a little bit. Let me. This feels wrong. This feels wrong. Uh, yeah, already starting to feel a little better. Uh, yeah, piano is so expensive. Pianos are so freaking expensive. It's probably a good thing I was not inclined to play piano. Having known pianists though will definitely mess up your ability to. I'm gonna turn the brightness down a little bit more. And actually, let's play around with something here. Okay. And just fiddling a little bit, right? Because I am a tinkerer at heart, right? I'm sure I've said this a million times, but I love to tinker with things. I love to do little small optimizations constantly. And I know it annoys some people. I know it really annoys some people. They're like, "Oh, it's good enough." Good enough, man. You don't need to keep fiddling with it. It's like, well, I like to. I like to. Uh there's hold on. Oh, yes, thank you for the reminder, Joykuchi. Thank you for the reminder. Um Thank you for the reminder to re-enable wait, hold on. Uh Write something should be enabled. So if you've got 2K points, if you got 2K points, you can request. You can request. Okay, yeah. I think it may have just been the lack of warm up, but I think also the ink was coming out super wet. Uh, at the start. It was just sliding all over the page. And I kind of need like a little bit of resistance from the pen and from the paper in order to like really get it to work. On EN or RU? I don't know what you mean, Joykuchi. Mediocre, mediocre. Oh yeah. People keep on requesting. Mura keeps on requesting things in Russian. Uh, and I keep on trying to oblige. Uh, I do wonder if I should charge extra for that, but I haven't so far. I have not done so far. Uh, all right, hold on. I forgot about the music. enjoy the. I forgot to turn on the music. Enjoy the music. And take a big old sip of water. And let's see. So back in the neck. And the back end stuff here. Okay, so I like to start off with some pangrams. I like to start off on some pangrams. There we go. You will have to give me a minute, Joikuchi. For one thing, I have already started a sentence. For another thing, it always takes me longer to do Cyrillic. Because, in case anybody is wondering, I don't speak Russian. And I would actually appreciate if somebody could tell me what the heck Joikuchi just said. As somebody who does speak Russian. Because I can't even read that. Which means I can't moderate it. Actually, I know traditional better. I actually know traditional better than simplified. Because I started from Japanese. Rather than from Chinese. That said, sometimes Japanese does use the simplified characters. Like Gaku, right? Yeah, it is, yeah, it does definitely use a mix. Like, the word for school in Japanese is, uses the simplified version of it. Uses a simplified version of, These are still unreliable. Sometimes those Ds turn out really good. A lot of times they don't. That's me kind of this change in my queue has been a little bit more historically motivated than what do we call it? Than like legibility. Than like legibility motivated. If I was doing like more like modern, I'd pull the bottom of the queue to the right, rather than to the left. But the left is a little bit more historically attested. I say historically attested, like I have like a totally encyclopedic knowledge of manuscripts from the era. In the manuscripts I have seen that more frequently. Okay. So this is starting to feel a little bit better. I did this first work, this today, I felt I feel like I was really struggling. But I do feel like it's starting to smooth out. And let's pull. And okay, that was it. Learning. And of course now, I was saying that about the Q, but now I'm doing the J in a way that's very ahistoric, right? Very ahistoric J. All right. And hello, Grim. Welcome in. Welcome in, Grim. How are you doing? All right. Take a big stretch here. Yeah, doing your stocks is very important. Doing your stocks. I need to keep track of particularly this ink. Because whenever this ink runs out is going to be kind of like a decisive factor for me. And I need to think about what I'm going to be getting next after that one. Probably Herbin again, because the Herbin I really liked. Okay, so now I've got this write something redeem that's going to be a real pain in the neck. Let's see about it. Okay. All right, so some of these letters have very similar letter forms to English, so they're not too tricky. Some of them do not. How am I gonna do this one? Is that remotely legible? I have no idea. That's Gothic, baby. Alright. And let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. That's a little T. There we go. And all right. Not sure about that one. Pretty good M's. And then I'm just going to treat this one as a W. I have no idea if this is remotely legible. I have no earthly idea. Doesn't feel legible. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. Welcome in. Welcome in. You are welcome to waddle in. You are welcome to waddle in. Okay. Okay. Joikuchi? Ah, okay. Looks good, but is completely illegible. That's kind of what I was expecting. Looks good, completely illegible. Yeah, yeah. Alright, hold on, let me give myself... Are not good look? Yeah, I mean, there's limits on what I can get done in this amount of space, and a significant limiting factor, right, is that, you know, I'm working with a type of nib, right, that has its own rules to how it plays on the paper. So you can't just make a curve in any direction, trivially. It's not actually trivial to make curves in every direction. And in particular, a downward swooping curve like this isn't going to look like anything. And hello, Lee Morales. Hello, hello, hello. A downward swooping curve is not going to be very coherent. I'm going to continue with another warm-up sentence, because it's still only the first hour. So what would be my next warm-up sentence? Amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes. What's the other ones I like? Pack my box. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's a good one. Yes, get your colors in. Get your colors in. A thing that I generally do not have to worry about very much. And I'm testing out a new Y. Because the other Y I was using was incoherent to people, right? It's people were struggling very much to read it. That M is very subtly off. It's very close to being very good. It's so close. So close. It's good to feel like I'm making progress, right? Jackdaws love my big sphinx of quartz. Okay, okay, I'll get to that in a moment. I'll get to that in a moment. Beautiful. And let's get this one. Get one and little. little one, just a little one. All right. Lorem ipser. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, that one gives me a good excuse to use to try out to get some X's and Q's and Z's in. Five dozen. Whoops, spelled liquor wrong. Nikuro now. Gotta make sure I gotta keep the same number of letters. I always feel like that's important. Even if I make a spelling mistake, I gotta get the letter practice in. Dozen liquor jugs. Yeah. Use all 26 letters. Yeah. Yeah, the Quick Brown Fox is the classic one. I tend to practice that one a lot. These are my two favorites, right? Amazingly Few Discotheques and Pack My Box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. But it's I don't mind. I don't hate Quick Brown Fox jumps over the lazy dog. Alright, capital J. Capital J. Jackdaws. Jackdaws. There we go. I might try a different D this time. The older D. One. Good old scam likely. Thought I had Do Not Disturb on. Turns out I don't. Jack Dawes. Jack Dawes, plural. Love my big Sphinx of Quartz. Makes me think about Sir Mix a lot. Love my big Sphinx of Quartz. I mean, I did do Sir Mix-a-Lot on stream a few streams ago, a few weeks ago. Well, of course, given my memory, it could have been like 6 months. Yeah, I don't think it was that long ago, but I have a notoriously bad memory. For the timeline of events in particular. If it happens to me personally, it's really bad. If I read it in a book, I can usually remember the chain of events decently, but if you're asking me to remember what happened to me, it's a bad time. My ability to forget. Is pretty profound. I would absolutely get dinged. I would absolutely get dinged. I would get. I don't even know if I get dinged. I think I'd just get yeeted into the sun. I think I'd just die. It'd just kill me. Not going to be able to fit enough quartz on here. Oh yeah, that's an improvement. So we're at the bottom of the guidelines I was already using. So I will remove the guidelines for a minute. I completely left the guideline right there. I just wandered way off. I just wandered way off. Okay. So let me turn off Lightbox Kun. and remove the guidelines. Let Lightbox Kun get a minute of rest. I'm actually going to use the bathroom. But yes, this is for you, Beautiful. And let me stretch a little bit, and I'll be back in a minute. Do not worry, do not fret. Just enjoy the fan art, and I'll be back. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Did the, I got a server connection error, but it may have just been my chat. It doesn't look like there's a connection error on my, on OBS, so it looks like it was just the chat client. So it goes. These things happen. These things happen. So we've got a little bit left on this page, so I may as well use it. And I keep on saying that I am dissatisfied with my Ds. So let's you want to make sure you got 2 anchor points when you do this kind of thing. And there we go. That should do. That should do. Let's a little bit, and okay. Some D's in here. Some D practice. Boom. Flashbang. You can already see the problem with this one, right? So let's try it again. A bit better, but still, I'm wondering why I'm having so much trouble just doing straight pull downs. The fact that I'm getting the spacing wrong between these two, that's not too surprising. That's kind of novel. Right, like that's not something I do with a lot of other letters. But the fact that I'm having trouble making sure they're parallel, that's weird. That's authentically strange. I don't have this problem with H. Too crowded. Something I rarely say, right? I usually, as I've said pretty frequently, I like the crowded forms, right? I like them crowded. This is the only other letter form I do this anything like this at all is this A. You can see I actually get something that looks kind of decent out of it. So why is it so much harder with B? Hands, yes. This part of my arm is freezing. Hands are currently actually doing pretty alright. Because Lightbox Kun is actually pretty warm. It's not actually super efficient. It's not a... I could probably replace this Lightbox with a LED one. I've had this one actually for years, like maybe 10 years. Yeah, in case people didn't catch the subtext there, it's pretty cold where I'm at right now. And my apartment is not well insulated, so... Let's do a more traditional D. Solve this parallel problem. What is going on here? These aren't parallel. Huh. Genuinely strange. Genuinely very, very strange. That was bad letter form. That was just a bad form. That was just poor form, as they say. It's okay, but I think I can do better. I think being a little bit wider. That might be a little bit too wide. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's tricky to say. I don't think it's the wideness. Let's start lower. Something there. There's something there. Something there. There we go. There we go. And... Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Hello, the Orc Florist. I'm blind. Blind now. Which I suppose suits, given that I've blinded all of you with the light box. A parade of these. Oh! Might as well be blind in one eye. Ah, yeah. I actually, right before stream gave myself, the spicy eyeball. Good old spicy eyeball over here. I think I need to... That is, exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. Well, okay. Fortunately, it was only one eye. It was only one eye. But definitely did do it. And let's try. I mean, the good news is that my chemistry training paid off. You know, I calmly got to the bathroom and then. Why is this ink feathering so much all of a sudden? Guessing it's because my hands are resting here a lot more. Yeah, I know enough about my apartment that I was able to just close my eyes, get to the bathroom, wash my hands a couple times, and then start flushing my eyes. WHMIS. I'm trying to figure out what that stands for. White Mage Interstellar. Who's a misogynist? Beautiful Angel? Yes. Yes. If you use enough of it, yes. If you do use enough of it. It is, quite a bit, but it is definitely doable. Definitely a thing you can accomplish. Milk will do better. Milk will do better, but, alright, and... Hold on a second. Workplace hazardous materials information system. What did we call them, I think they actually changed the name for them. We called them material safety data sheets. MSDS. Was what we called them when I was a youngin'. But yeah. They call the sheets MSDS, but the sheet plus safety. Oh yeah, I don't think we have a specific. I don't think we've got something like that. I mean, if we do, I don't call. I don't know what it's called. Despite the fact that I would be involved in that kind of stuff quite frequently. So. Hold on. Yeah, well, OSHA's an organization. It's not like the combination of training. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Got some water down the wrong pipe. But yeah. Well, it's worse. I wasn't even actually. I didn't even actually cut any of those peppers. I just mashed them with my hands. I just grabbed some R bowls and just crunch, 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 crunch. I need to spend an entire day working on Ds. This is not going anywhere. This is not going anywhere. I need to spend like 16 hours in the D mines. In the D mines. Okay, and let's set up the next sheet. Now let's do it this way. But yeah, I gotta really grind on them Ds. Because they are, I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm getting worse at them. Literally did that backwards. Yeah, I want those Ds. I want those Ds. I want those Ds. And all right. And oh, it's all fine. It's all fine. I'm glad I could amuse you. I'm glad I could amuse you. I am glad I could provide that. Okay. You'll have to give me a minute, Orc Flores, because I've got a passage I'm working on. Actually, no, I'll just do it right now. I'll just do it right now. I will need a fresh page. For that one. Nope, too late. Too late. Too late. Oh. Eh. Thank you. I actually completely missed that message. And let's see. As the girls, plural, try to remember that. Definitely slowing myself down a lot by having to check. As the girls from I don't know that I've ever actually listened to K-pop. Like, I've been exposed to K-pop, right? I've been, like, ambiently around K-pop. But I don't think I've ever, like, really listened to it. Like, I can't remember a single line of, K-pop. I wouldn't be able to identify K-pop. Gotta remember, these are all caps. Down here. Blackpink. Not super well. But, like, I wouldn't even be able... But, like, I can recognize the difference between, like, sludge metal and death metal, right? I couldn't recognize... I would not be able to tell that something was even K-pop from listening to it. I would not be able to distinguish it. Whereas, like, you could send me a speed metal song that I've never heard before, and I'd probably be able to tell you that it was speed metal. Korean in specific, actually, I have trouble with. Every time I hear Korean, I think I'm having a stroke. Because it's It's not the same language as Japanese, like, at all. Just being completely clear about that one. But it has somewhat similar phonemes. It has like these somewhat similar phonemes, so like whenever I'm overhearing people speaking Korean, I'm always like, hold on. What are they saying? Why don't I understand anything they're saying? It always takes me several minutes of listening to people speaking Korean before I go, oh, they're not speaking Japanese. That's why I don't understand a single word that anybody said. Because there's just like phonetic similarity. Really desperately trying to see if I can fit the word Blackpink. I do that to all my friends who are from Continental France, listen to Quebecois French music. That rules. Ramen's the only word that I know for sure, Blue. I know that ramen is carried between all those languages. But that's literally the only one I know. Shailumi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy your time here. There we go. Said, and like if you speak Japanese and Chinese, like they're such overtly different languages. So it's crazy if there's like anything that is like the same between them. Like on our Discord, we were watching for a few days. We were watching what is going on with my computer? Sorry, my computer's doing something very weird. There we go. We were watching Ya Boy Kongming. Alright, Ya Boy Kongming is the English title. But in the Japanese it's Paripi Kome. And that's like relatively close for a Japanese and Chinese word, Kongming and Kome. That's like relatively close. And you may notice that the Chinese has two instances of NG, Kong and Ming, and neither of them survive into the translation into Japanese because of Japanese phonetic restrictions. Japanese is a very phonetically restricted language. So let's do. Hi, Shalumi. Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's particularly if English is your first language. English is a very unrestricted language. I don't know if you're saying if you by who the we is here, Shalumi. If you mean English speakers or Chinese speakers. Please don't count me among Chinese speakers. My Chinese is extremely limited. My Japanese is pretty bad. My Chinese is super super limited. Oh, nope. Okay, there we go. There's a problem. Found my problem. Okay. Yeah, English is all over the place. Yeah. You know, obviously, like Almantas is not like a name that's not going to survive. Going into Japanese. I can see that. I can see that. I've always been amused by the words that Japanese takes from other languages. Because sometimes they're incoherent. Sometimes, like as an English speaker, sometimes the English loanwords they have are incoherent to me, which I always like. Kirill, yeah. Well, I mean, you can't do the terminal L, so it's going to be kiri. It's either going to be kiri or like kiriru, kiriru or just kiri. So there's that kind of limitation there. And let me turn off Lightbox Kun so you can get a better look at what you requested, Kirill. Yeah. Stretching out. Thank you, Shalumi. Thank you. I do think I've been improving at the Gothic. I do think my Gothic has been improving. Yeah, you sparkle. Yeah, there's actually a bit of an argument, in linguistics about whether or not you should count the different forms of Chinese as separate languages or not. Like it's an actual point of contention with. I will be honest, it seems like both sides have a more political motivation than a. It seems like it's more politically charged than just like a linguistic question about the definition of accent versus dialect. Shalumi, it's very considerable, the differences between. Oh, Aziza Stelazio! Aziza Stelazio! Hold on, let me give the Raiders a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Noob Gamer Peter. Hello, Ephemeral Kite _EK. Let me give the shout out to Aziza. What were you up to, Aziza? What were you up to, Aziza? Nope. That's not correct. Hello, Zamiel. Hello, Zamiel. Good to see you. Good to see you. What were you up to? Mass Effect. Mass Effect. First time Mass Effect 3. Excellent, excellent. How are you enjoying it? How are you enjoying it? Aziza Stelazio is... You were designed by, am I correct that you were designed by Sensational? I want to make sure that I'm not misattributing, but I think you were designed by oh yes. I should. Yeah, incredible timing on this one. Yes, Zamiel, I can spend the points on that, but also still Aziza, I sometimes forget about this. So thank you, Zamiel, for the reminder. Brand new model on the 21st is by Sensational. Okay. So you will be future tense my model sister. You will be future tense a model sister. In case people are wondering. So I just want to say before I forget about it. So Aziza, you get a free redeem of the Write Something redeem. You get a free redeem of that. So if you want to do that, just say just put it in quote marks, so that I know which one it is, so I know what message it is. But Zamiel has I'm just a girl. So first of all, let me get the part about me out of the way, the selfish part. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. Heads up, you are about to be flashbanged. 3, 2, 1, bang. I am an old man. I am a former professor. That is not a bit. I used to teach sociology at the college level. Former professor, current VTuber. I do a lot of calligraphy streams. I do a book club. This week's book club is going to be Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto. That is, in fact, the author's name, Banana. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do, and I'm very chatty. I'm very old. Aziza Stelazio. Excellent. I've actually been enjoying it quite a bit. And I'm very grateful that after reading multiple, 400-plus page books in a row, I'm glad to be reading one that's like 200 pages. I am grateful about that. Actually, I'm going to do this in a different order. I hope that people don't mind. But yes, Aziza Stelazio is an incoming, a soon-to-be model sister to me. And she is a delight. She streams super long. Aziza streams super duper long. Incredible endurance. On her streams. And if you need to take a rest, I know that we tend to, as a culture, we tend to raid out when we're exhausted, and I know that when you get exhausted, you mean it, right? Like, you are not fooling around. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, no, you do a lot of like 10+ hour streams. Meanwhile, like because these are hand cam streams where I'm like bent over a desk, I rarely like to do mine for more than a few hours. I'm just a girl. There we go. Capital A. Got some window pane effect to it. There we go. Try to do a gunpla build thing up. Yeah, no, it gets to your back surprisingly fast. It gets to your back surprisingly fast. Now, one of my favorite looking letters, Gothic capital G. There we go. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. I just have a bad back because it's not anything diagnosable. It's just bad. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, so that's Aziza's pre-redeem. And let's make sure I'm spelling your name correctly. And this is what Zamiel paid for? At the Za? Yeah, there's like physics problems. There's physics, like physical object problems with like doing hand cam setups. Like I was not aware of. Sorry, I'm just noticing something about my streaming setup. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. It's like there's a lot of just physical objects involved that take up space. It's like, oh, why don't you add this? Why don't you add this? Why don't you add this? And it's like, well, because then then I can't. Then I have to remove my monitor, right? Like at a certain point, you end up doing silly stuff. Like, well, if I want to like add this gadget that's supposed to do this thing for me, then like I have to like remove my keyboard or remove my monitor. Yeah, that is also a tricky part, is that not everything shows up on the camera the way you want it to. That's definitely a factor. Let's see that. Crazes me how confident I feel with H's compared to D's. I should have the same problems, but I just don't. My H's just kind of turn out good. Ooh, and now I get to do a fun one. I may have done the spacing wrong. I really hope I didn't do the spacing wrong on this one. I mean, the good news is that this script in general looks better when you kind of crush it. I like doing double L's. I do think double L's look good. You shared some of your wax seals on my Discord, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Oh, it's gonna be real close. Oh, geez, yeah, I only made mine because, there was one of my regulars wanted to share her origami with me, and I didn't, and she didn't have a Twitter. Like, that's why I even made a Discord. I know somebody has shared wax ceilings on my Discord. If it's somebody else, that's pretty funny. Let me take a look around. Wax. Oh, no, it was somebody else. It was somebody else. It was not you. It was Momo. I should get a seal for myself. I should design a. I should get a seal designed for myself. That seems like something I should just have on hand for the kind of content I make. But yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Well, I mean, thank you for the raid. Thank you for stopping by. I feel like I was about to say normally I raid you, but I don't think that's actually true. I think that we have I think it's actually a relatively even back and forth between the two of us, because you stream like a maniac. You stream like an absolute lunatic. Wild Kitty 100708. Thank you for the follow. Let me. Yes, please get your rest. I don't want to exacerbate your issues. Maybe, Blue. I would need to talk to somebody who's a, like, seal designer, because that's like its own thing, right? You know, I'd need to talk to somebody who does actual design in that field. I have ideas for what it could look like, but I haven't. Like, I need to solidify it. Yeah. One of my favorite characters from a video game. That reminds me, Kirill, that one of my favorite characters from a video game is in Dominions, the most insane strategy game of them all, Dominions. One of the nations is based on a bunch of Chinese mythology. Particularly the Chinese. This one was based on the literary classics, not the classics of philosophy, but the literary classics. And one of the characters is was a pretender to the throne, was trying to become the king, and he wished for the Jade Seal, for the Great Jade Seal, right? The Great Jade Seal being, you know, the office of the Emperor, right? That's the imperial. That's a critical part of the imperial regalia. Having the jade seal is the sort of thing that allows you to just make imperial edicts, regardless of who you actually personally are. So this person witched for the jade seal and made some grammatical errors and turned into a gigantic jade seal. So he is now a 20-ton statue made of jade in the shape of a seal. Pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. And Wild Kitty, I'm doing quite well. Though I do need to take a bathroom break. So, interesting, funny timing on that one. I hope you are enjoying your time here, and please enjoy the fan art, and I will be back in a minute. All right, all right. Oh, let's get this on the road. And there's a specific passage I wanted to write, and I've literally written one word from it. Oh. Up. I don't know why I try to line this up in a fancy way, because I wind up using the quick and dirty method no matter what. I think some actual paper clips would be better than this, but I don't currently have any actual paper clips. So, flashbang coming. 3, 2, 1. Hello, Fear Dark. Hello, Fear Dark. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Should I be pronouncing it Fear Dark or Fire Dark? The long eyes or the short eye? Your O. Your choice, your choice. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. I'll probably go with Fear Dark then. Like feared, like the method of raising troops. All right. Fur. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's pronouncing like fear. Like, that's all good. That's all good. We all have our options, our ways of pronouncing things. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I want to be looking at the passage that I had in mind. Yeah. And we have fallen. Let's go. And there we go. There we go. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't. I mean, sorry. I'm a little bit. I did get a little bit focused there. I really should be. Doing a little better on it. I mean, so this is not my normal handwriting, right? This is not my standard handwriting. This is something I do like very much on purpose, right? I'm using different tools than you would use for normal handwriting. I'm holding my hand in a different way than you would for normal handwriting, and it's much slower. It's much slower. Than I can write my normal handwriting. Normally, my normal handwriting's in cursive. And so, like, this takes time. This takes time, not just to practice, but just, like, each individual letter takes a lot of time. I think, there we go, I think this will fit. There we go, yeah, let's get in here. Oh, yeah, I mean, my normal handwriting, I can write, like, as fast as most people can speak. My normal handwriting is very fast. Because I would just, I would write, and particularly in graduate school is when I would start just writing on everything people said in class. Just every single thing that somebody said, I wrote it down. Like, just total transcription. Which is not the same as, like, efficient note-taking, but that's kind of the story of my life, is doing things through hard work rather than efficiently. Of course, I tell this story all the time, on the subject of working smarter, not harder, and I've done secretarial work, yeah. I've just fully done secretarial work. Yeah. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm just thinking about this passage. Hold on, let me think about this one. Sorry, I'm just doing some spacing in my eye, with my eye. I'm just doing some eyeballing. I think this will work. I think it'll work. But yeah, I've done a lot of work. I didn't mind doing secretarial type work. I didn't mind that at all. I did really dislike it when I worked in one office job, and they added transcribing meeting notes to my job duties. And it wasn't really like the work. It wasn't really the work. I didn't mind writing everything down. What I minded was that people were using it for internal office politics, and therefore I became an instrument of internal office politics. So I didn't like that at all. Was not a fan of that. That made me very unhappy. And yeah, I mean, I can do it a little bit faster, and honestly, on a chalkboard, it's actually a little bit faster. Doing this with chalk is actually a little bit faster than doing it with a pen. It doesn't look as good. Yeah, well, and not it's actually part of why I really like this art form. It's part of why I really like this art form is that if you move too slow, it also goes bad. There's a very specific speed you have to move to get good results. It's a lot like stir frying. Genuinely curious if anybody knows this quote before I finish it, because there's a punchline to this quote. Yeah, very much so, very much so. And I'm reminded a lot of this interesting insight about speedrunning, that that the faster a speedrun is, the more reliable it is. Which sounds confusing. Because you know, higher speed equals better, right? And better means must be more difficult. But the better speedruns are actually less technically demanding because you have less opportunities to make mistakes. Which I think is kind of cool. Oh, I did this. I screwed up. Gotta get a new sheet. Which is fine, because I think I can do better. I think I can do better. This one I'm trying to make like actually look kind of nice. So, these things happen. But I also want to do it with a different layout. Let's see. That's line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is good. So, this is better. Oh, already looks better. Already looks better. I do kind of have to worry a little bit about it blue, but mostly because if the resistance on the paper isn't right, I slip. Like, it's mostly about making sure that I get like the right amount of resistance. It does glide very smoothly. And if you by pen pressure you mean like getting line variation, yeah, there's no line variation. I don't know how to use pointed nibs. Like, I just don't know how to do it. There we go. Yeah. And hey JJ. Um, welcome in, Carmelo. Oh, that's way too big of a gap. That's a huge gap. Silly of me. We have fallen upon evil times. And the world. There we go. we go. Yeah. Oh, did you know each other? That's always very cute. When that happens. There we go. I think it also helps me. I know it's not like good for the camera, but it's good for my hands and my arms if I'm pretty liberal with relocating the paper. Oh, okay, fair enough. That happens. Yeah. It has waxed very... Okay, now I gotta redo all this. Oh, yeah. Very old. And wicked. Very old and wicked. There we go. No, okay, I can recover. I can recover. Bad letter form, but I'm just gonna keep going with this one. I'm just gonna try to roll. Okay. There we go, and pull it over. And... I love doing that little window pane effect. That just really gets me. Politiques. Politiques. That was a complete accident, but I actually think it looks cool as heck. Total accident. No intent there. No intent right there. I wonder if I can do that on purpose. Got another R coming up. So let's give it a shot. Nope. Miss. Well, we got 2 more R's. Okay, that one I did that one on purpose. That one I did on purpose. Politics are very corrupt. Oh, I was trying to see how I made the tooth curve really hard on this one. This one didn't curve. It just didn't. I couldn't get it to curve very hard. I might need to zoom in. After. Actually, hold on. I can do it right now. Like why not get started on it? So hold up. This might look weird. There we go. So look at the R's on this line. Look at the R's on this line. You can see like the different R's have different kind of like different little teeth coming off of them. Yeah, now let's go back to regular zoom. And there we go. Actually, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Deactivates, activates. There we go. That's better. Politics are very corrupt. And let's make sure I get the next line correct. Oh, Shaky, thank you. Like I said, this is not my normal handwriting, right? This is calligraphy, right? I'm using a specialized tool, and I'm writing in a very specific way. This is Gothic. also known more formally as textura quadrata, or black letter is another common term for it. But Gothic is the one that most people know. And I'm doing a very funny quote. Though I'm not sure how obvious it is what the humor is until I get to the end. Children. Are no. And yeah, I say this all the time, but people sometimes ask why Gothic fell off in popularity. And the core of it is that it sucks to read. It takes forever to write, and then on top of that, it's functionally, it's got horrible legibility. Just terrible legibility. There we go. There we go. There we go, and this should be very close. I should be, I think I'll nearly run out of space if I do my spacing right now. Eh. You know, things they never think to set up your models to track. People set up models to track tongues, but they never set them up to be like, what if you hold a pen in your mouth? Let's see if I can get in here. Yeah, exactly. Ratmos knows what's up. Ratmos knows the deal. Though I think... Do you ever think about how Don Quixote is, like, just pure, like, purely about brain rot? Like, as a novel, it's just entirely about the concept of brain rot. Oh, gotta hold this still. Yeah, homie's just completely disconnected from reality. Oh, yep. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Speaking of disconnected from reality, let me see, this should be good. I wonder if I could talk to my model artist about adding a pen and mouth redeem. Yeah, I'm socked up. I'm all socked up. The sock has been doing rounds. Hold on, I need to like go over to Twitter. Actually, no, wait, there's an easier way for me to find it. Yeah, I got a cozy. Oh, you went to bed early? Paying for your miscalculation, brutal. Kiri did a model review. I showed up on her stream for a model review. And she was very happy. She was very happy with the sock mode. I just realized I have to do a capital N. No. I've played myself. Not the capital N in Gothic. There's no good way to do capital N. Double socked up for no reason. Yeah, I brought it out for for the collab with John Ken, and then like a couple hours later, I hear from the artist for this, Saffron. We've already had her in here, so I can probably find it. There's Vex. So yeah, this is the sock artist. That's the sock artist. Okay. Capital N's are a series of compromises. Missed a line. Missed a line. Well, make sure I spell this right. Naram. There we go. Naram. Naram. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I just missed a little bit on the line here, which is it's a consistent problem of mine with Gothic that I need to work on, is like hitting my guidelines more reliably. And I don't want people to get it twisted. I am happy that I can find ways to improve. Right, like this is not depressing to me. This is realizing that I have more exploration and growth to do. This is liberating to me. Ramsin? Of Chaldea. Yeah, I've got enough space. Do need to crush Chaldea a little bit. Should have been a little bit to the left. I actually feel like I'm coming from a different location on this than Bob Ross's. Because Bob Ross is coming from the perspective of like, oh, like these aren't mistakes at all. And I'm kind of coming at it from the perspective that mistakes are opportunities for further learning, for further elucidation. For But in order for them to be worth learning from, they have to be conceptualized as mistakes. And yeah, that's also true. That's also true. This is a pretty unforgiving medium. And genre, for that matter, right? All right. All right. Let's turn off Lightbox. Yeah, I love this quote. I love this quote. This quote amuses the crap out of me. This quote really amuses the crap out of me. We have fallen upon evil times, and the world has waxed very old and wicked. Politics are very corrupt. Children are no longer respectful to their parents. King Naram Sin of Chaldea, 3800 BC. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. So yeah, 3800 BC, and people are still... That's still not far enough back to find the mythical golden age when kids these days were good. And I do like, there's this joke, right? There's this big thing from history where if something is like the kids these days new tendencies, then it's like something that is just like we've been doing for 10,000 years. But if it's something that somebody insists is a timeless tradition, it's like it was invented in the late 19th century to sell cigarettes. Like those are like the two types of historical tendencies, right? Is like, if somebody thinks it's really old, it's almost always very new, and if somebody thinks it's very new, it's almost always very old. It's genuinely funny how often this occurs. Why never kids those days? Exactly. I am kind of wondering if this particular last line is like, I want to talk to a psychologist about this. Is this just a result of fundamental attribution error? That's what I'm kind of wondering about. Like, is this just fundamental attribution error? To clarify what I'm talking about. Fundamental attribution error is a psychological quirk where when we do something wrong, it's circumstantial. And whenever anybody else does something wrong, it's intrinsic to their personality. I yelled at the cashier because I'm having a bad day, but the other person yelled at the cashier because they're an asshole. It's a very fundamental part of our life. I'm wondering if there's a similar thing going on here where people think like, oh, I was a good kid. Right? I was a good kid. I was respectful to my parents. And now that I'm a parent, my kids are not respectful to me. Like I was to my parents. And they're just completely misremembering. Like just really basic low-level narcissism. Low-level non-clinical narcissism. People get weird about clinical narcissism, so I always have to specify I'm not clinical. I never was clinical. I don't have shit to say about clinical psychology. But narcissism is a common word in our language. Allowing for boys will be boys. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't think I was a particularly good kid, but I don't think in the ways that most people mean. I think I was a mediocre to bad kid, but in a very boring way. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. You weren't talking about yourself. I was like, that's interesting, Ratmost. I was like, you didn't seem like you were a good kid, and I was also pretty sure you were not a boy. I was also pretty confident about that, but I was like, well, I learn new things every day. But I need to be careful about that. Yeah, I love this quote for that reason. It's so funny to me. It's so funny that this guy is complaining about how the world has fallen to ruin and has left behind all of the golden ages where things were good and people were kind, and politicians were not corrupt by 3800 BC. 3800 BC is so long ago, guys. That is so long ago. God, that's long ago. It's so hard to say. It's so hard to express how insanely old that is. Just trying to think about this. So that's 5,800 years ago, which means that it's over 1,000 years before biblical mythology starts. Right, it's over 1,000 years before the mythos of the Bible even opens. That's how old we're talking about here. And yeah, I really want to know. I really want to know Emperor's Armpits, and I wonder how King Naram Sin feels about the fact that this is what he's known for, to the extent that he's known for anything, because he's I don't know him for anything else, right? I don't know anything else about this guy. I think that's true of I think that's true of at least a couple other people. And he's a Bronze Age god king, right? This is an ancient Sumerian god king. This is an ancient Sumerian god king, and so, I just realized that, hold on. Yes, exactly. Ratmost has it. This is my big hypothesis about things like tradition, is that things like tradition they go back to your grandparents. That's about as far as tradition actually goes. Traditions are whatever your grandparents did. Which is why I don't really respect a lot of people talking about blah 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 is not really a culture because it's not thousands of years old. It's I don't care. Your culture is actually only 200 years old. I don't care. That said, I am going to use the bathroom again. I will be back in a few minutes. So give me a moment. And I'm back. Oh, and I'm not back. And I'm back. There we go. That's me. That's me. Ah, that's me. Oh, okay. Give myself some stretches here. Ah. And let's take a look around here. Let's take a look around here. Whew. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cold. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna pull my camera down a little bit. It'll make it harder to see full pages, but I don't think I'm going to be too worried about those. This was the main one I wanted to get done today, was this one. This one I really like a lot. But yeah, I went to the bathroom, heated up some water, and made myself some tea. Because it is chilly. It is chilly. So this is now waste paper, basically. Which means that I am free to do whatever I want with it. And so there's a couple of letter forms that I'm noticing that I could use some more practice with. There's a couple letter forms I really could use some more practice with. One of the ones I've been talking about a lot today is D. The letter D. Other ones are by the way, are going to be like number forms. So also some questions for chat, just some questions. First of all, JJ, if you're here, sound off. I actually have a question for JJ specifically. Second, having seen me working with this camera today, how is the lighting feeling? I mean, you can see really deep shadows right now because this is a smaller light that's coming from one point as opposed to coming from a big 10-inch ring. It's a small 3-4-inch ring. And it's not completely surrounding the camera, so I do think that that's causing some negative impact on the shadowing, but I kind of like it, if I'm honest. I kind of like it. And 3, 2, 1. We have lights again. We have light again. Okay, hold on. There we go. There we go. Chair was in the wrong position. 2 days. Just kill that. There we go. And some rooibos, my favorite type of tea. I mean, my favorite might actually be oolong tea in terms of flavor, but oolong tea almost always gives me a headache. Oh, that was a good descender. I feel really nice about that one. There we go. Yeah. Got cocky. That descender is merely good. Yeah, why not use as much of the page as I can? All right. Today's errors brought to you that's a bad one. Ooh. Got a little bit fancy there. That's so it goes. It's worth being experimental every once in a while. Yes, by the letter D. D has been kicking my butt today. I say as if I don't, in general, just lack mastery of the D, the Gothic D. As we're saying, like, D's in other scripts I don't find nearly as troublesome. Like, here's a Batarde D. Like, that didn't give me any trouble. That was smooth, that was easy. Came out looking good. Yeah, so it goes. Gothic is very geometric. Yes. Gothic is very, very geometric. Gothic is very geometric, and it's very restrictive, and so, like, things that don't really matter with other scripts, because the lack of curves, in particular, is both kind of unnatural for your fingers to make, right? Because just think about what this motion is that I'm doing. Like here's my motions, right? And from the hand, right, here are my hand motions. How many of those motions are straight lines? So, rather than being modulated curvatures, which is like everything else, you naturally make curves and then you're modulating those curvatures for everything else. Gothic is a lot of straight lines, and also straight lines are just less forgiving than curves. They're just very unforgiving. I don't know why the D in particular is giving me so much trouble. So, like, there's D. Look how much better. Look how much better my H is than my D. At just like staying parallel and staying straight. I don't know what the deal is here. That's good. That's good, Rotmos. That's what I hope. So if you look at other videos I've done, I've been experimenting with a couple of different things about changing my handcam setup. My big questions right now are I'm deciding between two softwares, Droid Cam and Camo, and I'm likely to go with Droid Cam. I'm very likely to go with Droid Cam. I'm using Camo right now, and I like it, and it's got a lot of assets, but Droid Cam has a couple of things going for it that are probably going to win out. And the other is, like, my light up until this week, I was using a 10-inch, ring light, and I'm currently using a 4-inch ring light. And I've ordered another 10-inch, but I can cancel the order. And there's things I prefer about the 4-inch. It seems to be more stable. For example, there's legitimately less shake on the camera just because the weight's more on the mount point, and like there's a fulcrum effect from the 10-inch light. The 10-inch light produces like this huge fulcrum effect that makes the mount less stable for the camera arm. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I like to tinker, I like to hem and haw, I like to optimize. So these are the kind of things that weigh very heavily on my mind, right? These are the kind of things I think about a lot. There we go. Better G than this one. There we go. Yeah. Oh. All right, and drift, drag, dread, drown. Darken. Draw. Draw's a good one. And dull. Dull is a good verb. Not just because it gets me to do the double L ligature, which again, I really like doing Gothic. I'm not even going to try to pretend that I don't have favorite children. Dud indeed. Yeah. That's a good one. Dud, divide. Doddard? Hello, Farron. Hello, Farron. indeed divide. I don't know, I might have never used Dotard in that form in my entire life. I've used Dottering, the gerund, a lot. I don't know that I've ever used Dotard as like the past tense verb, or just Dotter. I'm not sure I could. Daughter. Oh. Mistake. Okay. Shh. And we are hitting a particular point in my writing. So I noticed something. I noticed something a lot when I stream, which is I noticed that if I don't warm up my voice dies so bad. It's so tough for me to keep a stream going for any real length of time. If I am just stretching out, if I don't do my vocal warm-ups, highly recommend it if you are a streamer, and I know at least one person active in chat right now is as well. You want to do your vocal scales, you want to do your vocal scales, you want to do tongue twisters, you want to do trills, and those make a huge difference in how comfortable your voice feels in the hours after you stream. Yeah. I just do 10 minutes. But I usually don't bother stretching my maniples. Manny's maniples don't usually get particularly don't particularly get much of a stretch in. So I was definitely noticing a little bit of tension along here in particular. Daughter. I'm gonna try to use daughter in my language more often. I'm going to daughter over to my stream, right? Okay, and grand. Oh. It's crazy to me. My A's have gotten so much better over the course of doing this. Redemptoris Mater? You're gonna have to help me out here. My Latin is extraordinarily limited, and that doesn't even look like real Latin to me. That looks like a High Gothic. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I wasn't in the right mindset. Mindset. There's a really good video essay about music notation by what's his name? Tantacruel. Tantacruel, the music theorist, the Irish music theorist. He has a really good one. Oh! I thought that was you losing your mind. I thought it was like I had done something profoundly wrong, and you were like, Almantas, it's time for you to redeem yourself in the eyes of Rotmost. Verandates. Addled. It's a good one. I swear, D's have like a repulsion field on them. Uh... Duke. Doug. Hold on, I'm gonna do one more because I can't fit Demon on the last couple parts of this line. I'm trying to write a little bit faster. I'm seeing if that helps me at all. Demon. Demon. And this was Dale. Dale. Hold on a second. Did I do drag? I didn't. I did do drag. Dud. I like that. I like that. Like Millhouse. Like Millhouse. The Dud. The Dud. As we know him. Let me stretch out a little bit more. Gotta keep the back nice and flexible. Yeah. Well, I definitely think of Millhouse. When I hear Dud, the first thing I think of is Millhouse. Millhouse Van Houten. So one of my more controversial takes that I think is still very useful and I stand by it is that art is by default deep. The default state for a piece of writing or whatever is to be deep. That's the default. People will accidentally make things deep even if they don't mean to. And that's because the thing that kind of makes something deep is that it involves things that are deeply rooted in us, right? That things that are really deep inside our hearts and our minds, that's what makes things, that's what allows us to engage with deep things, that's what makes them deep, right? Is that they're hard to avoid, that they're really embedded in our minds and our souls, in our lives. And so by default we'll accidentally creates depth. Yeah. It's just hard to avoid. It's like the default. Deal, dab, do. Yeah, we haven't done do. Do. We haven't done either of the do's. Oh. Oh. Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, Iris! Hello, Iris! Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Hold on, let me... So first of all, welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am doing calligraphy today. Let me give Iris the shout-out. How were you doing, Iris? What were you doing? Yakuza. You're doing Yakuza. You're still on your Yakuza arc. Still on the Yakuza arc. Miss Iris is. Iris is a good friend. Iris, actually, special interest to you. Iris, special interest to you. I hope you're still here. And also hello to Pianoi. Bravest Little Pogchamp, of course. Always hello to Bravest Little Pogchamp, an unforgettable character on Twitch.tv. Jord V, thank you for the thank you. Welcome in. But yes, special interest to Iris. This was the work I did today that was like the real focus of my attention. Was this quote that I love to death. I love this quote to death. We have fallen upon evil times, and the world has waxed very old and wicked. Politics are very corrupt. Children are no longer respectful to their parents. King Naram Sin of Chaldea, approximately 3800 BC. Yeah, it's eternal. It's eternal. I love it. It's so funny. And in case people don't understand why I am calling this out as a special moment for Iris, Iris has been on my channel. Let me go grab it. I have to go to my channel and grab this. Iris has been here, and she was a guest on my book series. Why won't you let me look at it? Creator dashboard. Let's have to go to the dashboard. Content, clips. I gotta do video producer. Highlights is what I want. I want highlights. There we go. That took me forever to find that. Yeah, Iris was on here, and we discussed the Epic of Gilgamesh. So Iris is the current reigning champion of oldest book I have discussed in my book series, and I think is liable to remain so for the foreseeable future. Because it's a little bit tough to beat that one. That one's a little bit of a tough one. I'm hoping the Yakuza was good. I'm hoping that the Zaz treated you well. That the Yaks and the Zaz treated you well. And if you need to leave, please do so. I do not want to hold anybody back. Oh, I do not want to hold anybody back. Okay. If you want to lay here and chill with me, that is lovely. That is absolutely lovely. I will say that I am about to use the bathroom. I am about to use the bathroom, so let me go take care of that. Oh, Beowulf is new. I like Beowulf. I like Beowulf, but Beowulf is new compared to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has got it beat by like 3,000 years. Well, most of the Epic of Gilgamesh is like 1400 BC, so it's 2,000 years. That's going to beat Beowulf. That's going to beat like canonical Beowulf times by at least 2,000 years, by a solid 2,000 years. But we've got fragments going back another 800 years, so almost 3,000 years. It was super fun. It was super fun. It turns out that the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the oldest fiction we have, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest piece of fiction we have. It's Yowie. It's Yowie. And hello, Babinka Bear. Hello, Babinka Bear. Yeah, I love this quote. I love this quote. The joke from historians that I keep on citing is, if somebody is complaining about kids these days, it's something that we've been doing for 10,000 years. If people are talking about how something is like totally new, people are talking about like our ancient hallowed traditions, it was invented 100 years ago to sell cigarettes. Like those are the two options. You should watch the clip of me and Iris. It's like 3 hours long of us discussing Yowie. Sincerely, this is not a joke at all. We are not joking here. The Fate series is straight washing Gilgamesh. The Fate series makes Gilgamesh seem so much straighter than he does in the Epic. Kids these days depend too much on paper too much and don't know how to write on lines. That one I've not run into, but Socrates complained about how reading makes you dumb compared to learning things the good old-fashioned way by just repeating things over and over again. Yeah, it's super interesting. It's super cool. And the base script. It's just Gringotts, I might actually have to write that one down. That one's inspiring. That one's beautiful. I do actually need to use the bathroom though, so I will be right back. Enjoy my fan art gallery. I'm back, I am back, I am back, I am back. Hello, Tohu. Hello, Tohu. Let me... just... Let me just play around here a little bit. Okay. How are you doing, Tohu? I mean, I actually love teaching, to be honest. I just think that my particular route of getting like half a dozen degrees was a stupid idea. Alright. Get ready. I don't want to count this down. 3, 2, 1. And no, I can't, Kirill. Oh, excellent! Did the day go well? Did the day go well? And let's take a look here. I'm afraid that that tea might have had some caffeine in it because I'm getting like a weird headache. There we go. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yes, I have, or Kirill, absolutely I have. So I actually have so my connection, so to speak, with Zizek is slightly weird. Which is that I took, so Zizek is way more famous than his mentor. I want to point that out. Like, Zizek's mentor is still alive somehow. But yeah, his mentor is Alain Bajot, who Zizek has massively eclipsed in the popular imagination. But Bajot is still pretty popular among certain types of thinkers and certain types of activists. And I studied a lot. I studied a fair amount of Bajot in my graduate work, and so I've had quite a few conversations in my life where people ask me to explain some of the more complicated concepts that Bajot has. And the truth of the matter is that Bajot is actually not a very complicated thinker. Is the real problem. Bajot appears deep and complicated and is actually very simple. This is actually a pretty substantial part of Bajot thought. Actually a pretty significant percentage of what he says. But yeah, it was particularly the part that got kind of particularly grated on me was that Bajot actually does say some pretty interesting stuff about specifically Christianity. His analysis of Saul of Tarsus is actually really pretty compelling. His Marxism is actually really dull. His Marxism's kind of dumb. But his Christian work is actually pretty interesting. And that one I can't explain simply, but there's just not a lot to say about his work on Marx. I mean, I think I'm a very simple man myself. I think I'm very simple as well. Well, poop. Oh, got it backwards. Kapoof for a second. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I got your quote backwards. Gringotts, but I hope you don't mind. I haven't made the. I need to make the announcement. I'm sorry. I keep on forgetting about that. I will make the announcement shortly before movie night. But I know that you're interested. Wande's interested. I'm pretty sure Matthew's interested. Yeah, I was actually kind of hit over the weekend with the terrifying realization of how many things I need to complete by New Year's that I haven't done and I wasn't thinking about because of subathon. Like I just deferred 2 months of offline work that I need to do in the next 2 weeks. Yeah. I should be okay. I should be okay. I'm pretty good under pressure, but it does mean I had to rethink. Like this week, I was like, I want to stream 4 times. It's like, no, I really need to not stream 4 times. I really need to do this stream and my 2 collabs for the week. I mean, it's just get through the work, right? It's get through the work. A lot of it's Christmas. Just flat out, a lot of it is just Christmas. Totally messed up that eye. Totally off parallel. Doesn't this say a Pradone quote, Gringotts? I think this is Pradone. Yeah, I know you were. For people who don't get the Pradone reference, yeah, this is Matthew 2016. But the Proudhon reference, Pierre Proudhon was a pre-Marxist communist. A lot of Marx's writing is specifically reacting to Proudhon. And Proudhon specifically had this quote about himself where his hope that was that future generations would hang him for being a reactionary. Which I think probably true. I think future generations have reevaluated Proudhon as being too right wing on certain issues. Very blue shell from Mario Kart philosophy. The pop chef called Proudhon. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely not who I was talking about. I was talking about Pierre Proudhon. Late 18th, early 19th century. Late 18th to 19th century. I mean, the thing is, like, I actually like the blue shells. I'm not gonna lie. I actually like blue shells from Mario Kart. I think they're funny. I think the ones from Double Dash that do the explosion are a good ad. I think that's a good ad. They're important in a party game, and so like I pretty much played it single player, right? I mostly played Mario Kart either single player or like me and my brother in a campaign with 6 NPCs. And so like when you're doing that, you actually spend a pretty large percentage of the game in first place. And blue shells are an important part of adding like friction and interest to being consistently in first place. Especially because the second, like the way that Mario Kart works, where you get worse and worse items the further up you are in the ranking. The second and third place guys are not very likely to get like triple red shells or something like that. So it's like very important for the second and third place guys that blue shells exist. So I like them. I think they're funny. I also think they add a funny element of strategy. Where I've definitely been in first. I've very frequently been in first place, and then heard a blue shell, and then slammed the brakes, and then let second place pass me and get hit by the blue shell, and then gone ahead of them. I think that's a very funny strategy to do. I think that's very, very funny. I think it's funny to do. It makes me feel that by itself makes me feel good enough about the blue shells to like them in the game. Cruel. It's strategy. It's called strategy, Ratmos. It's called strategy. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's a stream. I need to eat. I think there may have been some caffeine in my in that tea. And so my head now hurts. And I need to deal with that. But I need to eat, and I need to. I'm sorry, Matthew. I am sorry, Matthew. So Notes going forward. Let me resize this. Buddy. No, not what I want to do at all. Not what I want to do at all. Not who I was trying to grab. Why did you do that? I want to grab you. I want to grab you. Yes, yoku dekimashita. Arigatou gozaimashita. I mean, I got pink eye in a different sense. I got the spicy eye. I got the spicy eye this morning. So just so that people know, this is who I am going to be. This is where I will be on Thursday. If you are watching me from YouTube, I am sorry. I will be at twitch.tv/Nyanomancer. Nyanomancer is a dear friend of mine, and we wanted to do a chat about holiday stress. We want to do a chat about holiday stress and Christmas and dealing with stressful situations in general, because we're old men, and that's what we do. And then Saturday, that's Wednesday, not Thursday. Wednesday at 10 a.m. And Saturday at 4 p.m., I am going to be here, and Inari Reiju, who I think a couple of you people might know, Inari Reiju and I she's going to be joining me for the book club. We are going to be discussing Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto. It's a Japanese novel from 1988. I know at least Kirill has read some of her work. I am not familiar with her at all. This one's new territory to me, so I'm excited. I have started reading it. I like it. It's a very muscular prose. It reminds me a bit of Pinchon. And so I'm, and a little bit of yeah, I love Cat Yap as a portmanteau. I'm hoping I can get Niano to adopt it. I don't think he's really adopted it as much as I have. Yes, muscular. It's a good phrase. It's the main person who gets described as the muscular prose person is what's his name? Cormac McCarthy. Cormac McCarthy is the big one. I'll just give the shout out to Inari. Inari. Is it underscore Reiju? Inari. It's nothing. It's nothing. Inari Reiju. Yes, that is correct. That's the person. Yes. That's fair. He's pretty harsh. It's pretty harsh stuff. It's pretty rough stuff. But yeah, muscular is when it's like the opposite of floral. Muscular prose is like the opposite of floral prose. And last thing, so I do plan on getting a couple of my redeems out by the end of the year. I actually have two surveys going. So that is for the rating stream that I want to do. I want to do it this week, but I just had to make the decision to I just had to not stream 4 times this week. So I will be doing the rating stream probably next week. And I had a feedback survey. If you can answer this, I would love that. There's nothing all I want for Christmas. All I want for Christmas is some feedback. That's all I want. That is what I would want the most of all. Of everything that you could possibly give me. So, that said, and one last thing. Wow, I'm putting in so much crap here. I am putting in so much crap here. And That's my Discord. We are going to do a movie night tonight. If JJ is present, if Carmelo is present, we'll be watching Paripi Come. And I don't know what we'll be watching otherwise. Next week is Christmas. Next week we're doing Christmas movies. But tonight's probably Paripi Come or I don't know, maybe something cyberpunk. Oh, okay, you are here. You are here. I asked if you were here earlier, you jackass. Sorry. Getting mad at my own regulars. Getting mad at my own fans, like a real dingbat. So let's raid out and first response: Art or Morrowind. Those are my two ideas for who to raid: Art or Morrowind. They're both doing comfy streams. Morrowind. Okay, Morrowind. And hello, Nocturnal Ash. You got here at the last second. We are going to read Bossy Moon, who I mostly know as a friend of... oh, I should have come up with the raid message first. And Sen. Hello, Sen. Sen is my model artist. You guys... Why did you guys all come in here while I am raiding out? Brought to you by the letter D. So that was one option. Or brought to you by the letter D. Brought to you by the letter D is really funny. Brought to you by the letter D is really, really funny. What do people think? Which one do people think? We've got seconds left to go. Yes is not a helpful answer. Brought to you by the letter D. Okay. Stress. There we go. That's the raid message. I love you all. See you later. Have a good day.